So good afternoon, everybody. We are coming to you live from the Cardinal Shooting Center in Ohio, where we are bringing you the Vortex Race Gun Nationals. And right off the bat, I want to apologize. We were supposed to go live this morning, but we had some serious technical issues we were dealing with, and we've got most of them sorted out, and we're now going to bring you as much as we can, and we're going to keep adding to this over the next 2 or 3 days. So obviously, you look at the range from our drone shot. We're going to be doing some sound tests and some video tests here over the next few minutes, so just bear with us. We'll probably start our main intro and everything here in a little while, but I wanted to bring you what we've got and show you what we've got in the meantime. Next up, we've actually got the Super Squad on stage 1. This is Tom Castro that is going to be shooting next. All right, I was told that our sound levels were a little bit low, so this should be a little bit hotter. And I'm hearing a whine in the background. Going to be jumping back and forth here quite a bit, just so that we can test some things and see what's all happening here. You're looking at a drone shot right now, obviously, from the of the first area, the first zone. Stage 1 is where the Super Squad are. Let's cut back to them there for a second. We have about 15 or 16, I think, cameras running right now. We're going to gradually start feeding them all into the system as we go. Cut over to stage 3. All right. You can see the vendor area. They've done an amazing job here at the range, building and setting up a vendor area. Believe it or not, on the cameras I have in front of me right now. There we go. There's the camera. Somebody shooting. This is stage 11.
It's all the way down there. I don't want to unplug anything else. Oh no, that's you. Oh, there you go. That's still hot.
So I'm well aware that that the cameras are not tracking people yet. With the situation we had this morning, we had to literally during late morning lunchtime wipe all our programming and reprogram everything, which took me about 2 hours, hour and a half, whatever. And I have not yet had time to go back and reset the cameras. So we will get them up and running. So just bear with us, like always, one step at a time. Stage 2.
That's stage 9, isn't it?
Stage 9.
That's stage 9.
Correct. This is stage 9.
Yep. It's for these. They come. Well, you're not on it.
All right, and I'm sorry, that camera, I know the person runs out of shot on that camera. We have a second camera on that stage, which is remote controlled, robotic. But as I just said, I will get them all up and running. show you. There we go. She's back in shot again. Up, gone again. Sorry about that.
Good camera shot on 4. Good angle.
Yeah, a great run there by Mike Wang, one of the favorites in Open. We're also going to have, as we get more settled in and more up to date on all the technical side, we're also going to have some commentary from a bunch of other people. Shannon Smith is going to be in. He actually came in a little while ago and offered to commentate, but we weren't ready to roll yet. We're also going to get commentary from some of the big boys when they finish shooting this afternoon, as well as tomorrow. And I've also got a great summary from Jay Slater, which I will run through here in a little bit. So stay tuned. We plan on being live, even right now with us dealing with some technical things. We've got some of our crew working on that. We're going to stay live till at least 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon, till they finish shooting. So I know the release that we sent out said 4 o'clock, but we're actually, because we late started today, we're going to stay with you guys for the afternoon. And tomorrow morning, with everything hopefully staying on track, I say that with all my fingers crossed, we should be up live at the first shooting tomorrow.
No, Max. Max, it's in the silver box in the front of the plate.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Good, good. Nice to see you. How's it going? I'll be around.
Okay. That was Brian Jones laying down a run. That looked pretty good. I don't have scores and times for you yet. We will be bringing those in later on. But of course, you guys can follow along on Practice Score. This is all live, so the scoring on Practice Score should be live as well. We do not have live timing at this time in USPSA, but stay tuned. We're working on it. For those of you who don't know what live timing is when we can actually sync in with the timer so that you guys can all see the time on the display on your screen as it's happening. We do not yet currently have that here in the USA, but we are working on it.
The big silver box, the diamond plate. No?
I think that is Sal Luna. I can't see. I don't have names, unfortunately, in front of me. But it's unusual to see him shooting an open gun. But yep, that's Sal Luna. Shoots a Beretta, him and JJ Rakaza. That's Bill Drummond walking behind him and Eddie Garcia. Bill Drummond, of course, is hosting the IPSC Nationals, which will be happening in about a month's time, and we will be broadcasting that match as well. And standing with him is Eddie Garcia. And I think that is Christian that is going to be up next. No, that's not Christian, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're up now.
We will shortly have Max on the Ronin out on that stage. He was doing some technical work for us. And he's headed out there now. Okay, so next up, this is Christian Seiler. Christian, of course, is one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win overall. But he's got 4 or 5 guys chasing him hard. He hasn't been training quite as much the last few months, but he's been seriously busy at work. And so this might be the opportunity for somebody to nudge him off that pedestal that he's been on for the last couple of years. Looked like a solid run from Christian. full straighter of 6 hour. If you hadn't worked it out yet, this is the second Super Squad. They are shooting on have Garrett fly to stage 2 for me, please. We're going to give you a drone shot of full shooting this if we can get there in time. So we are limited in where we can fly on the range, which is perfectly fine. I'm totally in agreement with that. It's got to stay safe. So we generally only fly above the berms or outside of shooting areas. So there we are. You can see that Cardinal has these walls that are filled with rubber pieces. Obviously, you can't shoot at the walls, so what they do is they put rubber blankets behind or bullet stops behind, so that we are able to, create decent stages, but yet at the same time, still give us a shot. Did Phil shoot that already? You know what? They were in a walkthrough. That's where we saw them. All right, let's go back to stage 1. I'm going to leave you on so obviously that image is stage. That stage is stage 8. There you go. Our graphics are manually entered in the system we're using right now. We do have the ability to program them to cameras, but as I mentioned earlier, we had to wipe a whole bunch of data over lunch to reset the system. And one of the things that we had to reset was our graphics, which is about 3 hours of work. So we just did a quick thing so you guys could see this and be able to at least follow along as much as possible. So I'm actually going to leave you guys on this. I'm going to jump off the air for a second, and because I want to make some changes to our screens, and I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay, we're back up on YouTube.
All right. Well, I apologize for that break-in in the transmission. That was 100% my fault. I was trying to reset something, and it decided to update. And when the system updates, it restarts the main Constellation switcher, which is running everything. It's a brand new switcher that we are still learning. It's the most expensive single piece of equipment we have, and it is very high level broadcast gear, and you need a degree in engineering to run the thing. Anyway, live and learn, right? So still happy to be bringing you this, and while I'm doing that, my systems are still restarting, so just give me a second. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm sure there'll be one or two comments on social media, but hey man, we're trying. What we were trying to do, by the way, is our Ronin, which is the portable camera, which is allowed to track people individually. The Ronin was not picking up sound, so we were working on that. And trigger the updates. Okay, obviously you're looking at stage 5. This is the ladies open squad. I think that's Jessie Harrison. Yep, that's Jessie Harrison on the left. Linda Turnbull behind her. Ashton Chapin on the right in the black outfit. I see Megan Smiley coming into shot, just behind Ashlyn. Oh, that's Maggie. That's right. Maggie Voigt shooting with them. And then right behind her is Glock shooter Morgan. That's Morgan taking side pictures right now, and behind her is her dad. And then back to Jessie. All right, we have our Ronin there, so I'm going to switch over to the Ronin. I hope this works. Yep, there we go. Ronin's up. Good job, guys. Max can hear me, but he can't talk back, which is hard for Max because he always wants to talk back. I'm just kidding. Max is my squirrel. He is an incredible audio and photography and camera and everything guy, but there's no quitting that kid. We put in a, 13, 14-hour day yesterday, and they were just as chirpy at the end. I've got a really great team. They hang in there and they make things happen, and it's a pleasure to work with them, even when we're still trying to design the wheel. We're working on changing things. Here's Maggie shooting for Taryn, tactical. That's Linda Turnbull, or Linda Anthony now. She's now married to AJ Anthony, of course, is one of our world champions in rifle, and actually he has a world championship in, mini rifle, my bad. Megan Smiley giving us a thumbs up. Overhead shot of stage 5. We are testing a new transmission system that we just invested in. It's what some people might refer to as Wi-Fi, but it's actually a broadcast transmission system. When we were shooting overseas, we had some issues getting a long way from the broadcast booth, and this particular system is supposed to reach roughly 1,800 feet from the base tower. This is Lanny Barnes, I believe, shooting here. Different starting position.
Oh, there we go, 4th. Third.
I mean, you're back up now, so I wonder if that thing's doing. We're back on you, Gary.
There's no audio coming from.
Can we get audio stage 5?
All this set off, but, hold on, it's gonna take a few seconds. Oh. Yeah.
So this is Ashley Champagne shooting for Mean Arms. Great work there by the RO, keeping that clock nice and tight on the PCC and then flipping it behind. Lost the Ronin. Yeah, we're having some signal breakup there. It's stage 3, I think it is.
Let's just do this for now. I think it's 8. Camera is that? Stage 3.
All right, looks like we've got Jessie Harrison up next. It's great to see Jessie shooting. She kind of took a break for a while there while she had a little baby. Jessie, of course, married to Casey Eusebio. Jesse Harrison finishing up on that stage.
Did you want to send a live or wait till tomorrow?
I have no idea what's going to happen. I know, right?
There you go, young lady.
How are you?
I'm good. How you been? You're looking great.
Oh, thank you.
So just a couple of housekeeping rules or information really quick. So first of all, our schedule, obviously we wanted to stream. We actually wanted to stream yesterday already, and then of course the rain the day before just kicked us out.
It'll get better on the last day. Last day.
All right, so as I was saying, it's been an interesting week. We got here about a week ago, started setting up. It's the first time we've run our production trailer, so we had a lot of setup to do, catch up on. Taken about 6 weeks to build this trailer out, and obviously we can't test equipment that's not out on the range. This range has its own challenges. It's very, very big. We're running about 6,000 feet of cabling, combination of fiber optic and Ethernet, and converters that convert Ethernet to SDI. And so it's a pretty challenging technical exercise. But in any event, we've got it done. And we're up, and as I said, we've got various things that we're doing that we are working on and so on. I've just realized that that stage, they're starting outside the shooting area and they have to step back into the shooting area, it looks like. This is Megan Smiley. Megan Smiley is a great lady shooter and has represented the United States at World Shoots. And actually, I think that I am incorrect. I don't think that was Megan. No, that was not Megan. My apologies.
No, we're on repair.
Stage 3. Right. And I just missed her. This is one of our good friends. This is Karina Draghi, who has also shot for the US. Just missed her. I'll have to tell John Copy to get out in front of the camera. So with all the rain that we had 2 days ago, roughly, I don't know how much it was, must have been over an inch of rain in the space of a few hours. We had to do some reshuffling of cables and move a lot of our equipment inside, undercover and so forth. So that's why you see this particular camera is from the back of the stage, and we can't get up closer. Call out to Henning Group as well as to Howitzer. You see Howitzer in the foreground there. John Copy is wearing his new uniform that he's going to be shooting with in next week at the Pan American in Aruba. That's the new uniform that was made for us by Ray and Marie of Zero Sports. Great supporters of our sport. Give us a good deal on all the shirts we make for them. All right, we're going to switch over to stage 3. I think that this is
Ronan is up on feed and literally poetry.
yeah, that is Shane Coley shooting. I thought that was him. I didn't want to make this guy get it wrong. Oh, tough shot.
You're good. You're currently showcasing stage 2.
Huh. Well, here's something for you guys to talk about. So that stage 3, I'll have to check in with the RM on that. That wall looks like it may be outside the shooting area. But there's no fault line in front, so they're probably basically saying that you can engage it like that. But you see where the fault line is, where your foot is on the right-hand side. Always want to remember, if a wall is outside of a shooting area, you may not touch the wall while you're engaging a target. But in this case, there's no fault line underneath the barrier, underneath the barricade, so probably they are ruling that a legal hold. Shane wouldn't easily make that mistake. Let's go back to the ladies squad again. This is stage 5.
Going back and forth. You're good right now.
This is Morgan Leonard.
Garrett, we're on you live right now.
I mentioned earlier on, she's there with her dad, Kevin Leonard. Morgan is an incredible shooter. Didn't get to shoot in South Africa last year, unfortunately. The Glock team did not travel to South Africa. Morgan, Ashley Ruhak, and T. Ngo are the 3 shooters that represent Glock, and then of course Shane Coley is the 4th member of their team. Great run there by Yanat. Gonna head over to stage 4, input 6.
Max, you had, you're just on stage 5. I think I had 5 through.
Unfortunately, I missed this. I didn't get to show it to you fast enough. This is stage 9. We have a couple of cameras there, but I do need to do some adjustments to them. But I want to keep an eye on this stage. You'll see the 4 targets in front of you. All of those turn at the same time. It's a really deceptively difficult stage because you get your brain kind of pulls you away from one target to the other as you know it's going to turn, and it leaves some really tight shots and some really miserable people sometimes.
Good where you're at. To get it outside of
This is the another member of the Glock team, T to go.
you want me to ask you?
Oh no, is it? That's it.
How's it going? These guys haven't shot the cable. Don't say that.
I am told by social media that somebody said that they want to see more of the Super Squad. Super Squad, we're on stage 2 and we didn't have cameras set up on stage 2 that I could track. And so they have now moved over, which is why I'm showing you stage 3. Because, oh, that is 2? No, I have that as stage 3.
No, I was asking at stage 3.
So this is stage 3. And they are just doing the walkthrough on stage 3. So we will be covering them more. I shouldn't say more. It's really difficult, and I realize most people want to see the big boys and girls shoot, and we try and do that, obviously, but I wasn't able to. I was watching for them. But stage 2's cameras, we need to do some work to get a decent shot in those. As I mentioned already, on 2 days ago, the rain killed a whole bunch of our cables and equipment out there. We had to reshuffle things and buy more, thank goodness for Amazon, right? Bring more cable in, run more fiber, and which we did today. So some of the stages, we will eventually cover all the stages, but you won't get to see everything all the time.
They're just doing a walkthrough.
So the Super Squad is doing their walkthrough right now. We'll have a look and see what else there is going on. Going to send a drone over to stage 3 as well.
Gary, can you send a drone over to 3 right now? It's saying it's online.
You're watching
Bring the drone over to stage 3, please. Super Squad. Yes.
Here's Megan. I talked earlier on. Megan Smiley. That's Megan. Super Squad doing their walkthrough.
We're on you, Gary.
Here we got Megan Smiley. So this is the lady Super Squad. Obviously, they're on stage 5. I will keep an eye on stage 3. Make sure we're ready for you, but they are still doing walkthroughs. All right, well, unfortunately, we're still having some signal issues there, but Megan's finished that stage. So I was just asked a question, so this is how this is working. We have 3 of us in the production truck. If you guys recall, from Hungary, we only had 2. We've added a 3rd member to our team, Greg, who's sitting here next to me, and he is helping monitor sound and helping monitor graphics for me. And then I've got Sarah doing the social media on the other side and also monitoring our program feed, which is the outgoing feed. She actually tracks the feed coming into social media so she can see what exactly is being sent out. It's kind of like a double check for us. And Sarah also monitors the social media channels. So feel free to let us know where you're watching from, and she can cue us in, and at some point we'll actually give some shout outs to that. She asked me to talk about live timing. So unfortunately, Practice Score does not have the ability to do live timing for us. Live timing is where you can see the stage times as we run. We basically have access to Practice Score, and so we can see some of it, but it's not like the system that we were using in Europe. No disrespect meant to anybody. I'm not criticizing Practice Score. I'm just saying that we haven't got to that point yet. We are working on a system which may be coming out soon that will allow us to track the scores and or times live, such as we were doing in Europe, but we don't have that here. So Super Squad's up on stage 3. I'm going to switch over to the Ronin. Nope, they're not there yet. So stage 3. This is stage 3. So this is Aaron Edens with the Army Marksmanship Unit that is shooting next. Yes, and I know he's slightly out of shot. So Aaron is one of the guys that is in the hunt for winning overall. He is, I think he's come second more than most people. Not something he wants to be in, but He's been working really hard this year, and in actual fact has won the last 3 area championships in a row. So we'll see how he plays out of this. He has, of course, won the national championships. Oh gosh, I think it was 4 years ago, something like that. Next up, we have Eddie Garcia. Eddie Garcia is one of my closest friends. I should say that up front. Really good guy. He is from Anthem, which is in Phoenix. Very cool guy. But most importantly, he's also my gunsmith, and he builds the most amazing pistols that you can imagine. Everybody always says it takes a while to get one from Eddie, a couple of years, 2-3 years before you actually get it. But he is meticulous in his detail and functional finishing of the firearm. I don't remember when last I had a mechanical malfunction with any of my open guns, which is something pretty extraordinary to say. So if you're ever looking for a phenomenal gun, Eddie Garcia is your guy. The only problem is getting in line, because it's very, very difficult. He actually builds guns for Christian Seiler, for Aaron Edens, Bill Drummond, and a number of other guys. I don't want to mention their names in case I get it wrong, but probably 3 or 4 or 5 of the top 10 shooters in the US shoot Eddie Garcia guns. And by the way, they pay for their guns too. No free lunches with Eddie. He's a little guy. There he goes. He's really quick. That was a good run. He had one extra shot on that steel on the left there. I was going to say when I say a little guy, clearly I don't mean his size. He's a big boy, but he is a little guy in the sense of being a gunsmith, so he's not able to take on a lot of work. He's a one-man show, and he builds everything from scratch, all on his own. I shouldn't say from scratch, but he does all his own work, all his own finishing, and so forth. So phenomenal guns, pistols, firearms. Anyway, under the name EMG, so that's why you see the logo EMG on his back. Lately, John Sims has taken on quite a bit of work with Eddie. John apprenticed under Eddie, and to my knowledge is the only one that's ever done that, and also is building a name for himself. I think John is here as well. I haven't seen him though, but here we go, Eddie. We're still getting a signal breakup. I'm sorry.
Max, come over to the trailer. I'll be with them. I can do it myself. I'm gonna go move it.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you the stage numbers now. Greg, our graphics engineer, has gone out to help Max to see if we can figure out why that signal keeps weakening on us. That was Bridger Havens that just shot that stage. And next up, I think we have, that looks like John Flieger. Is that John Flieger? So I'm looking at a tiny monitor. I can't always see everything clearly. Come on, Mike, get out the way so I can see what I'm looking at here. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Matthew. That's shooting. Matthew Haygood. Yeah, Matt's getting really good. He's an up-and-coming shooter. Next up, we have Mike Wang. Mike Wang, of course, is also an incredible shooter. He was not on the world shoot team that went to South Africa. He just missed that. We didn't qualify for that. But he ended up coming second in the match overall to Christian Seiler. This is Mike Wang. Just finished that stage.
Hot going. Good job. All right, ladies. Onward and downward.
Have fun. Good to see you.
Stay. Always. You can always. No, I'm not hugging Bill. So you feel nuts?
I don't get a hug.
I think Scott was probably here in curiosity. I saw you last.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, that's Sal Luna shooting open. All right, while I was away a second ago, I was working on the Stage 9 robotic camera, which I'm going to bring you in a second. And there it is. All right, we have Christian Seiler. Very good. For those people asking online, we unfortunately don't have live timing, and we will hopefully by tomorrow have scoring, where we can show you some scores. The emphasis today was to get up some pictures and show you guys what the range looked like. All right, this is John Flieger, shooting stage 3.
Yeah, you coming back? It's already out there. I'll see after this.
Where do you want Aaron to go? Nine.
像这种它应该打不出来，这种区别这么大的吧？它应该两边连着一块。这种应该是合格的吧？不合，都是 A， 中间是 A， 上面两个 A 区。因为上面的市场
All right, there you can see stage 9. That's the stage we are tracking at the moment. It's got a activator from the front, and then it triggers all those open targets. Really cool stage. A lot of things happening at the same time. Gives you a wonderful shot also of the range. So I've been told that there's a couple of comments about the sound side. So we have some cameras that can pick up sound and others that cannot. So we're kind of feeding a linear sound into the system as much as we can, and then if there's a camera on the stage that can pick up sound, then you can obviously hear that. We're still working on adding more and so on. All right, I'm going to go to mute for a second here and then just talk to somebody, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm going to hand the microphone off to our good friend Smitty, Shannon Smith. He's going to be doing some commentating and going to be telling a little bit about the sport, and really happy to have him here. He's only got maybe 20 minutes or so, and here we go. Smitty, you're up.
Good. Hey, thanks, Leighton. Appreciate the time to be here. Appreciate everything you're doing for the sport. This is super cool and amazing advancements you've had since the first time I was involved with you and started this. And I know you started it before South Africa, but that's the first time I kind of got involved with it. And as a competitor, it's cool to be able to see this. I'm at most of the matches, as you are, but even when you're not there, it's cool to be able to see it. We're looking at stage 9. And I've already shot the match. I shot the pre-match with the staff because I have to leave for another international match this weekend. So I've got a little insight because I've shot these things. And I wouldn't say this is the crux of the match, but this is an important stage in the match. The biggest reason is it's something different. And they, USPSA, have done similar stages to this at this range in the past. So I mean, it's not the first time everybody's seen it, but for a lot of people, it's the first time they've seen something like this. And you may have covered this already, but the turning targets are in a cycle, and they're started by the competitor with a plunger. And I don't know the exact timing, but it's like 2 seconds to start, and then they're available for like 1.5, and then they're away for 1.5, and then available for 1.5. So the biggest important stage is kind of figuring out your timing, because if you miss it, man, it just seems like forever because you have to sit there and wait for it to come back. There's nothing you can do, and it's a horrible feeling. So that plunger is right where the competitor's getting ready to start. So he'll hit that and probably move off to the left, as most people are doing. And you'll see the turners in it's about a 2-second delay from the activation. And the biggest point of the stage is getting the second turner from the left as you're looking at him. So he's going to come in and either go low-high or high-low. And then popping out and getting that second turner is the whole key to the stage. So low-high, trying to pop out and get it. And it looks like he got it. So that's the key. Like, once you make it there, you're pretty much home free, except he's going to get stuck here. So he missed that timing. Now he's got to wait. Now, the rest of the stage is pretty easy in terms of figuring it out. Not necessarily easy in terms of shots, but he's going to come in on the steel, and then these other two are going to turn right into him right there. So that was not bad. He got hung up a little bit in the beginning, but that happened. So it's a 28-round stage, so it's not a small stage. It's a significant portion of the match. And if you make a small mistake, which we all do, you make a small mistake and you have to wait, it's just killer, because it's, the good guys are going to be mid-20s, I would say. 25 is probably going to be a heck of a good time, and 30 is not bad. But you miss the timing on one of those, and you're adding 2 seconds, and that's significant. You're 4 or 5%, and if it happens twice, well, now you're 10%. So it's nerve-wracking, and the time you think you can make it, and then as soon as it goes bad, it can go real bad real fast. All right, switching stages here. This is open, guys. Open super squad looks like. Stage 4. So they're in zone 1. They started off this morning on stage 1. So this is your top dogs. Chris and Christian and Eddie and Bill and this is the I don't remember what stage was. So this is a double swinger. So you can start left or right in one of the openings. Each of those openings has a swinger and a static target, which are all activated from the center. So you can't really time them out that well because you have to activate from a different spot. But the nice thing is there's a static target in each hole. So if you come there, you've either got the swinger, which you go at right away, or it's gone, in which case you go to the static and then pick up the swinger. So the only deviation, of course, these guys, a lot of times they do follow the leader like everybody. They'll all do it the same way. But the only really option is, do you go to the center and activate first, or do you go out hard left or hard right and then come back to the center? It looks like they're doing it differently than I did, which is no shocker there. But Brian Jones, Brian Jones is such a sleeper. He's so good. Like Sal Luna shooting open with a Beretta. Eddie Garcia, finest gun builder in the world.
Shoot an Eddie gun?
Say again?
You shoot an Eddie gun?
Did I shoot what?
Do you shoot an Eddie gun?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's amazing. I was with Derek and Millennium Custom for a long. Light just asked me if I shoot an Eddie gun, and I do. But I was with Derek. Jana was with Millennium Custom for many years, and I thought he was the best in the world. Then he up and retired on me, so I thought Eddie was the second best, which makes him now the best. And I came with my hat in the hand and said, "Eddie, please, would you build me a gun?" And we've been friends for a long time, and
You got it for free, right?
oh yeah, right. No, I don't. Eddie don't do shit for or anything. Can I say shit?
No.
Okay. Eddie doesn't do anything for free, but I would happily pay for it. It's oh, he's up first too. But when you have and I guess all gun builders are shooters to some degree, but when you have a guy like him that's a top level competitor, also building your gun, he just knows what you like. So we'll see what these guys are doing. They're starting left. I think he's going to go to the middle and activate first, which it's 6-1. Like really, it doesn't matter if you go out left or you go to the middle. You're covering the same distance, regardless of which way you go. There's six steel to the center port. The outboard of each. Activate your swingers. And there's a mini popper behind a large popper. That you have to uncover to be able to engage. So 6 steel through the middle. And then it's going to go either left and right or right then left. So as with most stages with these top guys, you'll see very similar times. Like their skill sets are such that barring a mistake, the time's going to be very close. And then it just comes down to points after that. So that's a good shot there. You can see the static with a partial. It's basically a mirrored image on both sides. So when you come in there, either the swinger's there or it ain't. And you can go at the swinger if it's there, and if not, you got something to do, which is nice. So the timing is not super crucial. Probably the key to this stage is not having the 3 makeups on the steel. And you can see the range here. The a third of the range, I guess, has these side barriers, which are technically bulletproof, but it's just wood with rubber car tire kind of filler. So you'll see on the left and right there we use bullet traps, so we can have some outboard targets and still be a safe direction. I mean, the walls would stop the round, but you don't want to be drilling a bunch of holes into their plywood.
So you shot at 15.
So if I was 15 here, I think I had one makeup on steel. So these guys are probably going to be Bridger. Oh, I remember this guy from last year. He's pretty solid.
No, it should. Yeah, I have a program out bottom up.
It looks like he's running the same thing. As I said, a lot of these guys, they'll converse amongst each other. And one extra there. So he had a couple of picks. He might be a little off the pace, but probably a fine run. So just like we were talking about in the last stage, a lot of these guys are going to be really close in time. So it comes down to getting the points, especially on moving targets. 16. And I was what, 15 or 17? 15, yeah. Yeah, I beat my gunsmith. I was talking to Eddie this morning about or yesterday about the next World Shoot, because he'll be qualified for senior too, and so will Bill. Although I don't, hopefully Bill still makes the main team, so we don't have to contend with him. But it's going to be tough making the senior team next time around. There's so many good guys that are getting old, and same problem for you. Like same thing's happening because Henning. I didn't realize that. You told me that about Henning and Draghi and. You think you get older, it's going to get easier, but all the guys you've been competing against for 20 years are getting older too. So are you going out on YouTube? Is that your main publication source?
Facebook.
Okay.
Rumble for some reason. It's not going to try.
Oh man, he left. I wonder if he knows he left that. Yep. Did he miss that back one? Couldn't tell. He had to come back in the middle for a pickup on that steel. I can't tell if he missed that back steel or not. It looked like it was still up, but maybe not. Who's this? Oh, Wayne. He's a stud.
Hit factors in some of these stations look a little bit lower than we've been offered to see in USPSA. Movements.
Yeah, the flavor, I mean, the stages are fine. I didn't dislike them, but it's a lot of go here, go here, go here. You know, there wasn't a lot of places to really open it up and shoot on the move as much. And then, again, I wasn't involved in developing this match, so I don't like to poo-poo on people's work. But a national championship, you know, there was no strong hand weekend. There was no real standards. So this is the way I shot it. So he's going to go out left first, which I agree with, obviously, because I did it that way. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, you're covering the same distance, no matter which way you go at it. So a couple extra shots. It's not going to be an amazing run, but not bad. He's not super stoked about it. Is that Brian? Brian Jones is up next. Did you guys talk about hit factor today yet, or? So our scoring system requires a computer, so it's kind of complicated, but we come up with what we call a hit factor. I don't know if it's Aaron or Brian. I don't know who's up next. I think it's Brian. I think Aaron's just jockeying his spot. Yes, I was joking about Aaron. He's a super nice guy. But when you're on deck, when you're the next competitor like Brian is right now, it's basically your course of fire, and just courtesy is you stay out of the way, let the guy get a final look at it. But on the hit factor stuff, what it's factoring is points per second. So when we say like these guys are all going to be about the same time, which they are, they're all going to be in the 15, 16 range. Then it comes down to who gets better points. And each target is worth a maximum of 10. If you hit 2 rounds in the middle in the A zone, that gives you 5 and 5 is 10. And then they divide it by the time. So to make the math easy, if you got 100 points and you do it in exactly 10 seconds, then your hit factor is 10, which is pretty good hit factor. But at this level, that's what it really comes down to is the accuracy, because they're all equal in speed, barring a mistake. So Brian, of course, being weird, he's starting on the other side. And he's going to go to the middle first. So it's unusual being a right-hander that he would start that way. But again, you still have to go to the same amount of places and shoot the same amount of stuff. So it just comes down to who is more accurate. So, same deal. I mean, still have to go the same amount of spots, shoot the same amount of stuff. He just did it backwards and then the most of the crowd. Got Sal coming up next. Sal Luna out of Hotlanta. Mm-hmm. So Sal shooting open as far as you know?
Yeah.
With a Beretta? Hmm? No, I saw JJ's back in the day, but I haven't seen a recent one. JJ? He's shooting LO. My favorite movie of all time is Lethal Weapon. So that got me hooked on Berettas at a young age. Yeah, that's the way I ran it. I think that's. Well, he went to war a little bit on steel, so. Oof, he was behind on that swinger too, so. He probably slung him in there, but that was a little tighter than he would have liked it. So they got the match broke up into 3 zones. And the schedule is they shoot either morning or afternoon, and then it switches the next day. So these guys will be shooting in the morning tomorrow, and then they'll finish up in the afternoon on Sunday. And 18-stage match, so they got 6 stages per zone. So they're just getting started. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as we say, and you got a couple of mistakes today. You can still weather that. Hey, look at that technology. That's nice. 4. Yep. It's funny, you can hear that in real time. That's a stage director shooting.
It's very hard to get the sound and everything else to sing as possible.
Yeah. Christian Saylor coming up. National and world champion. Looks like he's going to shoot it what I'll call my way. I'm going out left first. So it's so funny. So he was off balance there in that walkthrough, coming out the left. So he's doing it again. Like, you recognize stuff like that. His body, he didn't have his body position, so you're gonna go back and run it again. Yeah.
Talk about what makes Christian so good.
He handles pressure better than most people that I know, and I've actually talked to him about this, and I think he was a pretty high-level baseball player as a younger man. So I think he's been under the lights, he's been under the gun, you know, been in those pressure cooker situations, and I don't care what anybody says, man. Like maybe there's a guy out there at this level that doesn't feel the pressure, but I don't believe it. A couple extras there. So it wasn't perfect, but it's fine. Like, you know, stage like this, you just want to get through it, get your hits. Maybe he's 3/4 off the pace. Yeah, he's not happy, but it wasn't bad. Like as long as he hit everything, he'll be all right. But what I think, you know, he's got the skill set, obviously, and the hand-eye coordination, got the speed, but a lot of young guys have that. But his ability to be in that situation and not have it affect your performance, I think, is his it factor. And I for one, I 100% succumbed to the pressure as a younger shooter. And you know, they're less strict about it now, but it used to be, if you were top 10 the previous year, you were on the super squad for the next year. And the first nationals I ever shot, back when, you know, I was shooting limited back then, and you know, I didn't know, I was big fish, little pond. You know, I was winning everything at the local level, but you never really know, you know. So finally, I went to nationals, and I finished 8th overall, and nobody knew who the hell I was. So the next year, I was on the super squad. Well, back then, you know, it's Rob Latham and Todd Jarrett and all the icons of the sport, and I finished like 18th. So the next year I was off the super squad, and I come back that year and I finished 7th. Well, the next year I'm on the super squad, I was like 12th. Next year I'm off the super squad, you know. So it's not, and I used to be embarrassed to say this, but I'm not anymore because I don't care. But I was 100% affected by the cameras around me, and I'm shooting beside Rob Latham and all that stuff. And I think that's what Christian's got. His most important factor is he doesn't seem, and he may be nervous. I mean, I hope he is, but he doesn't seem affected by it. You know, world shoot, plenty of nationals now, and because he's no better of a shooter than Aaron Edens or Eddie Garcia or Shannon Smith. Like, you throw a target out there, anybody can make that shot. But to be able to do it when it counts, you got one go at it, and it's the final day of the nationals, and you're up by 12 or you're down by 5. You know, and that aspect doesn't affect him, and I think that's his biggest attribute. And I hate him for it. Joking. He's a great kid, great young man.
I remember feeling, and I still feel, like when you have a swinger, you have that panic, like, oh my gosh, the clock's running, and the swinger hasn't come out yet, or
Right.
yeah, I missed it, I gotta wait for it to present again.
And the speed at which things happen in our game, it's amazing how many things you can think about in a quarter of a second or a half of a second. You know, and you get that panic factor, and that stage 9 we were watching a second ago is a perfect example. You know, if you miss one of those timing things, Yes, it's 1.5 to come back maybe, but it feels like an hour and a half. Stage 8. Stage 8. Oh yeah, I remember. I was trying to remember what it was. So they have red steel no-shoots out there that are partially covering a target, so it makes it an angle. And they are steel, so you definitely can't shoot through them. And they do count as a penalty target, so it's we call them no-shoots, but it's basically a penalty target if you hit it. And it's just an aspect to make a shot a little tighter. So they're wide open targets back there, but they're partially covered. And then there's a swinger on the right. He's going to reactivate right there, and then go hard left. And this is where that first partial with the no-shoot comes into play. And he's shooting PCC, so that's a AR-style rifle chambered in 9mm, which is A division as part of our Race Gun Nationals. Super fun. Obviously, very minimal recoil, unlimited ammo. You don't have to worry about reloads, and it's kind of like riding a moped. You don't want to be seen doing it, but it's really fun when you do it.
That shot there. This is like talk a little bit about the sponsors. Sponsor rally, Brian.
Oh yeah, they got good turnout this year for sponsors. So this is right down in the in-between zone 1 and 2. Because you're on that half-day schedule, you've got time, so it's nice to be able to peruse the things for sale and the new products coming out. And I was over talking to Henning. You could see the Henning group there on the right. He's got his new steel grips out now for 2011s and staccatos, and they feel great. There are a couple ammo sponsors, Zero Sports. There's a new hearing aid group that I've not heard of or talked to yet, so I'm going to go hit them up probably today or tomorrow.
It's good to see so many sponsors back out again.
Yeah, I agree. It's nice that, because some years, they've been kind of light, and the business model has changed from when we were started. It used to be like a gun show when you came to a match, because that's where people bought their powder and their primers and their components, and then it kind of went away when the internet took over. A lot of brick and mortar places went away, but now they're starting to come back, and new companies coming out and getting involved in and supporting the sport. So in USPSA, as opposed to IPSC, you are allowed to leave the shooting area. And you'll see that on this stage. He's going to go outside the shooting area here and then come back in. And sometimes stage designers do that on purpose, and they realize it's going to happen, and sometimes they just don't, and they set a stage up and never really occurs to them. And somebody comes up with a better mousetrap and figures out a way to circumvent what they wanted you to do.
How do you feel about that swinger with the red shoulders?
It doesn't bother me. They do that to tape the sticks and keep them alive. What's interesting about the stage, though, I know you haven't shot, you haven't gotten to look at it, but down there in the last position, it appears to most people that's where you're supposed to shoot the swinger from. And it's only over the top at that point, and you've only got upper chest area. So it's going to be a 1-1 and not an easy shot. Now, I shot on staff day, so that's not the best shooters in the world, granted, and it's my fault for not seeing it. But I was on deck to shoot, and John Seraphin, who's our Mr. Fix-It for this match, looks like Santa Claus. Great human being, awesome guy. He's been here probably for 8 days building this match and setting up. He's in charge of all the construction and building all these things. Well, he's up before me, and from the second position where you'll see these guys go in, you've got a full exposed swinger that comes out to the right, wide open target, and he shoots it from there. And my whole squad was like, what the? And we're like, John, why'd you keep that stuff to yourself? And nobody saw it. And I was on deck, and I would not advise you to change your stage plan when you're on deck. But I had to at that point. Like, I never saw that opportunity. So you can hit the activator. There's a wide open paper there, perfect timing to take, and then you got a wide open swinger for 2 shots. And he and I were both down in the stack because he's Seraphin and I'm Smith. So we were both down in the stack, so nobody else got to see it. So we got the range master involved here, so it must be something important. So that's Jody Human. She's one of the range masters for zone 3, maybe? One of the zones. And probably had a shot through the wall, I'm guessing. So we call them walls. They're kind of walls, but it's just 2x2s and mesh fencing. But we do treat them as an impenetrable wall. So if you do get a shot through, even though it may continue on to hit the target, you don't get a score for that hit because it went through the wall. I'm gonna have to turn this back over to you, brother. I gotta go take a Zoom call for real work. I'll be here tomorrow though all day, so if you want me back on, just let me know. I'd be happy to help out. And
I'll have the other set running
okay.
and more stuff.
All right, folks, stay tuned in. Action streaming live. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, a huge thanks to Smitty, Shannon Smith, for his time. Greatly appreciate him stepping in. And we're going to be doing more of this. He's going to be back tomorrow. And we'll be doing some more of the commentary. And hopefully I'll have some more scores and some more detail and more data for him. And as always, you know, this is a team effort. And we have a great team of people. We're also going to get some of the shooters in and do some interviews with them over the course of the next few days, and also get them to come and sit in the studio with us. This is a shooter for shooter broadcast. All right. Well, while Smitty was chatting with us, I was able to catch up on a little bit of the administrative things. Keep your comments coming. I am being read all the comments by Sarah. Well, not all, but most of them. And obviously, if you have questions, I know it's not perfect. I've had a couple of people, I'm told, complain about things, but we're doing what we can. It's what we have. And we'll get better. Let's switch back over to the super squad. They're on stage 4 right now. Here we go. A couple of questions that have come in. One on sound. Yes, we have some cameras that can pick up sound, and we have some cameras that are not capable of doing that. We try and mix them up. We actually have about 35 cameras with us, but as a result of the rain yesterday and some of the things, we lost a couple of cameras, and we also had to redo wiring, and so we don't have all the sound pickup cameras everywhere like we had planned to do, but we're working on it, and we will be doing more. I just got a message from Adam. He says he's not complaining, he's just giving feedback. Yeah, we know. It's okay. I have a pretty thick skin. But seriously though, this is how we learn, and I'm well aware, I promise, I'm well aware of when things are not going the way I'd like them to go. I wish that we had better sound equipment, but it's very difficult. We've tried a whole bunch of different mics, and none of them are perfect. Either they're too loud or they're too soft or whatever. So we're working on it. Okay, this looks like I think this is Matt Hager. Stage 4 for those of you that are following on Facebook. Next up, we have Bill Drummond out of Pittsburgh. Bill is, of course, the match director for the EPSIC, the IPSC Nationals, coming up in about a month's time, and we will be broadcasting from there as well. In actual fact, the broadcast trailer that we are operating out of now, that we just built, will be moving down there next week, and we'll be down there for the match. If you are at the match, please stop by and say hi. All right, let's see what Bill's got for us. All right, good run from Bull. Stage 3. Okay, we have Aaron Edens shooting stage 4. Solid run. Hey, we lost the drone, you know that? Next up, we have stage 11, Tom Castro. And yes, I'm sorry, that camera is a fixed camera, so we aren't able to back it forward. For those of you watching the clock, I know that we said that we would broadcast till 4 o'clock today, but we're going to go a little longer. Not sure we'll make it to the end of the match because we have quite a bit of technical things I still want to correct and fix, but as we started late today, we're going to run maybe another hour or so longer. That's Russell Fortney, the range officer or CRO with the timer. He's also a range master and one of the board member for Area 8. Very active on the board, very active throughout the country. He, I think, attends and works more matches than most people. Travels around in his camper. And he's also getting more involved in IPSC matches next year, which I'm very happy to see. And while I'm on the subject of Russell, a huge thank you to all the staff and all the people at the range for their help and their support and the work that they put in. It's absolutely a necessity, and without them we couldn't do it. There wouldn't be a match. Can I pull that camera back? This is currently the only camera that I can control robotically. Right now, we have 10 of them, but I need to reprogram them, as I said earlier on. So if you're joining us late, we were supposed to start early this morning, and I apologize to those people who tuned in, and I'm told somebody had a watch party, had a streaming party going. I apologize for that. the walkthrough on what is that stage? Stage 4. Walkthrough on stage 4. John Bagley's there. Neil Jonas in the mechanic shirt. Niels was giving me smart-ass comments earlier about watching Formula One instead of watching the broadcast. So, but he got lucky. There wasn't a broadcast this morning, so he got to watch Formula One. And I'm very proud to say that I'm the one that introduced him to Formula One. Anyway, Niels is obviously a world champion, phenomenal competitive shooter, travels the world. Right to his right, oh, our right, yep, that's her there. That's Jessica Jonason, Niels' wife. I'm sure Jessica is telling Niels how to shoot the stage. That's an inside joke, guys, so don't stress. We'll look away. They're actually, most stages are actually in a walkthrough right now, so not a lot of shooting going on, which is always good if the timing works out that way. Let's go back to stage 9. You hear that noise on the microphone? Metal noise. That's my crew on the roof of the trailer working on the transmission, actually the receiving, I should say, system. Oh, that's Glenn Wong in the foreground there. Glenn Wong is from St. George, Utah. Used to be in Phoenix. He was the instructor that put the Williams kids on the map. Great guy. This is stage 11. Yes, I'm sorry that the camera will need to be adjusted a little bit. The shooter's run out of shot on the camera. Yep, he's shooting out of concealment. So I had a question about the audio. So audio is one of the most difficult things for us to handle. There's a lot of challenging things in broadcasting a match, one being, probably the biggest one being the distance that we are. As I said earlier on, I think from one side of the stage all the way to the other is probably around 2,500 feet. So we're using a combination of fiber and Ethernet. Unfortunately, using that means that in some cases the signal gets to us faster when it's over fiber. We're running a 10G backbone system. And so that means the fiber gets to us, the sound gets to us faster sometimes on fiber than it does on some of the other lines, which are Ethernet based. There's only a small difference between them, but obviously you guys can hear that. There's nothing we can do about that. If a range was to put in fiber throughout the entire range and we could run all our cameras off fiber, then that would be a lot easier for us. But until that happens, we've got to make do with the systems that we have. So for example, I'll give you is that on this particular shot you see, oops, sorry about that, that's my fault. The camera you're seeing me control, the robotic camera, is coming to us through a IP address via fiber optic and through a converter called the Zoe, and that converts the IP address into an SDI or a NDI format into our SDI input system. I know that sounds technical, but all of that stuff takes time. On the other hand, some cameras come straight to us, like some of these cameras that pick up sound. So obviously the sound sometimes gets to us faster from some areas, and in other areas it gets to us slower depending on the configuration of cable. We're well aware of this. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do until range has put in fiber to all the bays and we run consistent fiber lengths, fiber into the cameras, which we can do. We have the ability to do that. But it's obviously a significant investment, and the ranges are not able to do it just yet. But as they get better at it, we will get better at working with that. That's the first problem. That's just one. The second issue you have is that picking up the sound of a gunshot, most of the phones we have cut or clip the sound at a certain volume. Same as pretty much those of you who use electronic earmuffs. Your gunshot might be, what, 130 or something decibels, 140 decibels. It cuts it off, which we actually should get somebody in here that's familiar with the exact sound. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I'm going to take a guess and say cuts it off at about 60, 70, something like that decibels. I'm sure there's experts out there that can comment on this online, tell us what the exact number is. Well, microphones like iPhone cameras and things, they clip the sound as well. The problem with doing that is that it kills all the surround sound. So we are forever in a predicament of having either too much noise or too little noise. And that causes that. So what we've done is we have a number of cameras that have sound pickups in them all over the range, and we have them turned on all the time so that you constantly hear sound, and then it sounds like the sound is the same everywhere.
before the practice bay on the right. That's kind of hard. I had a far out or inboard. No, it's the closest part. Maybe that one. Oh yeah, on the right. I missed the swinger. I did activator, side step, one on swinger, top the paper, and then Mom, you want to take bets? You can find the car. Okay. If the squad can pull it through. Squad's got the movement. He's going this way.
So, whenever you see us, when you see a picture like this, because I'm not watching the screen, I'm working on technical things, trying to get more of the cameras. The Super Squad are on a stage right now where the camera is slightly out of position. You have to understand we had a lot of cameras and we didn't get everything set up with the issues that we were having just before lunch, like I've said a few times. So, show's got to go on. I didn't want to delay it any further. We had to get something to you guys, and so this is it. Right now we have about 12 cameras running out of the 35. Many of the cameras are running, but they're not actually coming into our editing system. As far as going back to the sound, because I've had a couple more comments on that, one other thing as well to remember is that, I hate to get technical here, but there's a system called AFV, audio follows video. So sometimes when I switch to a camera, that camera has sound internally. So you're seeing the picture and the sound at the same time because it's coming from one camera. Other times I'll have two cameras on a stage and one of them is for sound and the other one is for picture. So I can quite happily tell you which one's which, but that's when if I switch to a different camera on another stage, you might still be listening to the sound from the camera on stage 2 while you're watching stage 4. That's why that gets confusing. And as we get bigger and more cameras and so forth, I mean, we have the capability to run up to 100 cameras right now, but obviously we're not anywhere near that point. Okay, so we look at stage 9. This is the one we've been tracking, and again, this is one that I have remote control or robotically controlled camera. It's a fancy version of a PTZ. And so that's why I keep coming back to this. The Super Squad are not shooting at the moment, or they're on a stage I can't cover. All right, so we have stage 5 for you guys. Yep, you can turn 5 on. Yeah, bring the sound up on that a little bit. I apologize, you guys are hearing me talking to the engineers. It's just one of the things. There's only a small crew here, and we all got to kind of like share duty. So until I have the others come in and commentate for us, which we can do from tomorrow, hopefully, means we're going to kind of share.
Yo, you need me to fix your phone, dude, while you wait? No. You good? Phone's good. All right. Copy, kid?
All right, well, I just gave you a whole long narration and then realized that my mic was off. So we are now on stage 5. This is the Super Squad coming in. I was showing you guys a few minutes ago all the different stages. They're all in their walkthroughs. It's always good when you see that because then you know the match is going according to schedule. I'll pull over to show you a drone shot real quick. This is the drone flying in over to stage 5. Looking good. Had a couple of people say online that I sound tired. It has been a week, a challenging week. Let's put it that way. Let's stick to that. It's been a challenging week. We got here last Saturday, so we have been here for a week, setting up, putting everything together, running cables, building out the trailer, programming, etc., etc. And it's been a long week. We thought we'd be ready to go on the first day of pre-match, and then of course it poured with rain for about half the day. We had about an inch of rain, and that set us back yesterday. But today we had a different problem again. But at least we're up and running, and happy to be bringing you this footage. That is, of course, the Super Squad that you're watching from the drone, and I will show you a close-up of them in a second. That's them. So the shooters that you got on this stage, I'll run through them real quick for you. On the right-hand side is Colin Maxson. Left, you see Flieger. That's John Flieger, JB Industries. Makes some amazing things. He's got this awesome, I'm not being paid for this, I'm going to tell you this just because I think it's a really cool thing, but he is a great inventor, and he's got this awesome mechanical swinger that he is prototyping. I think he said it's prototype, and I'm definitely going to be standing in line for one of those, because one of the things very hard to practice in dry fire is swingers, because they don't really, little toy things don't really look like the real thing. And this one you can actually set up on a range. It's got a speed to it, etc. Great idea, and I'm very happy to see somebody. All right, so that next shooter that was walking down there, that's Gregory Clement. This is Brian Jones that is doing side picture now with a white shirt. He is a doctor, actually, an eye doctor, so that's why he has Eye Center on the back. And then that is Bill Drummond, EMG shooting for EMG, and then of course the owner of EMG, Eddie Garcia. We were talking about Eddie earlier on. You heard Shannon say he also shoots an Eddie gun. So that brings, I think, I'd actually like to see how many people in the Super Squad are shooting Eddie guns. Probably 5 or 6. Mike Wang on the left, and then of course Christian Seiler. You can always tell Christian because he's got the shirt with the logo. It looks like a Superman logo, but it's his own logo, obviously. And then walking back towards us on the left-hand side is Aaron Edens. Aaron Edens shoots for the AMU, Army Marksmanship Unit. Also an amazing shooter, has traveled all over the world with me. He shoots a lot of IPSC events. Shot on the US World Shoot team that won gold in South Africa in September of last year. And looks like they've cleared the stage. I think that's Danny Minter. I got a special mention for Danny Minter. Yeah, the guy with the rake, that's Danny Minter. I've known Danny for, gosh, how many years now? 20 years? 18 years? Something like that. Awesome, awesome guy. Him and his wife, Marcy, work all the matches. Pretty much anytime I show up at a match, they're there. They help build stages, they help work stages, they help run stages. Great, great people from out of California. So it's interesting to see this. So for those of you who don't know, you can't, as a shooter, adjust the stage. The ROs can and do, and this is them resetting the stage so that they keep it safe and fair and equitable for all the other competitors. In this particular case, the shooters are starting outside the area. So if you shoot a lot of IPSC events, you'll know IPSC, you always start inside of a shooting area. You can never be outside of a shooting area. That incurs penalties per shot fired thereafter. In this case, they're starting inside the shooting area, and I'm sorry, outside, and then moving to the inside of the area. You heard Shannon talking about that earlier on.
Oh, me. Look at this setup. This is amazing. I'm excited. I'm inside the Action Streaming Live Command Center. And if you don't recognize my voice, I'm Brian Conley with Hunters HD Gold. And looks like we're watching Stage 5. John Vlieger's getting ready to set up. He's been over at the Hunters HD Gold booth. He's got some new target system that he's coming out with to get ready to getting proof of concept right now. So just got through doing my stream as well. Want to go over here and see Leighton. They got everything up and running, doing great. So excited about that. So let's see what. Let me switch over to Matthew Haygood real quick. What's that? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's. I thought that was John Vlieger. I saw the big V. I'm so sorry. That's Matthew. But anyway, that's okay. So. Oh, I saw JV, that's why. I'm losing my mind. But I've been live for the past 2.5 hours myself. Here we go. Shooting open, of course. It's funny, we're inside a enclosed area and you can still hear the open gun inside here, which is freaking amazing. Those guns are so loud, but it's just great to be out here this weekend. I'm so happy that that Action Streaming Live is here doing proof of concept on a lot of things. They have invested a lot of money back into the shooting sports, and we're very excited to have more people. I've had so many people ask me, because of course Hunters HD Gold does its thing and everything else behind the lens, but a lot of people ask me, what is, how's y'all's relationship? I said, it's never been better. So very excited. We got Mike Wayne coming up next out of Alabama boy. So excited. He's going to be shooting, big shooter for MPA. He also shoots out at Brock's Gap, where we're going to be having nationals at next year. So very excited about that. But Mike Wayne is out of lives in the Irondale area, so very good shooter, and does a lot of stuff at Hoover Tactical in Birmingham, Alabama. Puts on an indoor match there, so excited that. So I'm glad I came in to see him shoot. Very cool. But he's just an amazing individual and really good for the sport, and is doing a lot to help grow the sport in Central Alabama as well, and was very influential in the process to when Brock's Gap was at another location. Brock's Gap used to be in Hoover, and the city of Hoover actually bought the gun range and bought them another gun range where it's at in Pell City, where you'll be visiting next year when you come to National. So it's a whole nother story there we can get into later, but it turned out great, and we're excited that Brock's Gap has even a bigger facility than they had before in Hoover, Alabama. Now it's moved to Pell City. So Mike Wayne's getting ready, shooting 38 Super Comp with the MPA pistol, of course. Of course, he wears Hunters HD Gold, and we're very proud to have him as a supporter of the Hunters HD Gold brand. Very, very good. So don't know the score yet. We'll get that to you in a moment. But the biggest thing is what I do is great. I love what I do, but this is freaking amazing based on the camera footage and everything they're doing here. This is next level type of information being broadcast out there. So very, very, very cool. So
We're not running scoring yet, but we will.
Oh, cool. So just found out they'll be doing some scoring tomorrow. There's Christian Seiler. Look forward to seeing him shoot. And got so many great people here defending stuff. And we got Brian Jones. He's an ophthalmologist out of California. So he's we do a lot with him. He does a lot with shooters and everything else, working to get prescriptions for shooters out in California. So It's pretty cool. His dad is George Jones, who's been in USPSA for a long time, but Brian is great person, and recommends Hunter's HD Gold out there in California. So he's right outside the LA area. So
How does it work with you and other ophthalmologists?
what's that?
How does it work with you and other ophthalmologists?
The biggest thing is we've got a thing on the Hunters HD Gold website that says friendly doctors, and we don't work directly with them, but they have been recommended by other shooters for doctors to do prescriptions. So it's one of those things that I've had doctors call me up and say, hey, I want to carry Hunter's HD Gold. I said, you won't make any money. They're like, why? I said, because what I'm selling it to the public for is what you get it at wholesale, and they mark it up, because our prescription is only $400. Prescriptions at most of your doctors and ophthalmologists can anywhere between $500 and $900 with all the same features that we have on our lenses. So here comes Brian Jones now. Focus Eye Center out of Pasadena, California. Very cool. Yep. Make sure to check them out at FocusEyeCenter.com and let them know you saw them on Action Streaming Live. That'd be kind of cool. So if you need an ophthalmologist, he does the surgeries. He's the big boy doctor. He's not the one that just does eye exams. He does LASIK, does all kinds of things for the eye health and as people get older and everything else. So very cool. Who we got up next? We got Sal Luna up next. Very cool. Yeah, Sal Luna shooting open. Beretta? Oh my goodness. That's a big B. Got
Little stiff, John.
Yeah, but I don't want to take that off. So you see what happens is that when I cut to him, the shooter goes behind the graphics. So he's going to get,
Okay, Garrett, let's get a different
I think he's going to pull down like this so the shooter comes more to the center.
So we got Sal Luna coming up, part of the Beretta shooting team with JJ and a bunch of other great shooters. Used to do a lot with Atlanta Arms as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that brings me back to my statement about Beretta having an open gun. Very frustrating. He's running like a champ now. So it must be a magazine issue or something. That's crazy.
Yeah, feeding.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. When you're at Nationals and you got a gun that starts to act a little funny sometimes, it's not what you want, but we've seen it happen with lots of great shooters. What was that? Oh. This room here is just freaking amazing. What I'm doing is like, I love what I do. It's like PBS. And we're like, this is like major network stuff here. This is really cool. So very, very cool.
We actually haven't shown anybody this shot yet.
Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, being here, seeing all this equipment and everything, it's like so much stuff just all around. I just love what you're doing, Leighton. It's just really cool, and excited to be able to help out and support and do what we can do to just continue to grow the sport. That's what it's about. You know, getting the word out there to people and letting people see what's going on who can't visit and can't be here because, one, you know, it's sold out so fast and just so much stuff happening around. But to be here and see this thing in full motion, I've watched you when you go overseas and do a lot of stuff with IPSC. It just keeps me up really early in the morning or late at night. So my wife's not happy about it, but it's really neat when everything's going on. So who we got coming up next over there? Before I, oh, nice. There's
That's what the super squad is, 'cause there's a big crowd.
Yep. That's one reason I didn't. I looked down there to cover it today, and decided against it. I went over to Zone 3 over on rumble.com. Well, Leighton, after you get through shooting, I really appreciate you having me in for a moment. I'm going to go head back over to the Hunters HD Gold tent. Got a lot of people who were looking for me earlier, and I said, well, we got Christian coming up next. Never mind. We got arguably one of the best shooters in the entire world coming up next. So, and is his mom and dad with him this year? Or I know I saw his father a while ago.
I saw today, but I didn't think he's ever away from him.
Yep, I saw his father over there earlier. I didn't see it. There's his dad pasting right there. Yeah. So that's Christian's dad. So great family. There's his mom right there on the right-hand side as well. Big support from him. Back when he started his days in the Scholastic Action Shooting Program, you know, early days, won titles and just kept going, and then dominated everything and still challenged and went over to USPSA, and now he's a world champion and just two-time world champion. It's just amazing the stuff he's bringing to the table, and hopefully one day we'll get him and Eric Graffel in the same category shooting and kind of see who the best of the best is. IPSC Nationals this year? Oh, wow. You got to check that out, because if Eric Graffel and Christian Seiler are shooting in the same division for IPSC Nationals, that will be a reason to tune in to Action Streaming Live, because you're going to see the best two shooters in the entire world go against each other head-to-head for the very first time, and that will be things they'll be talking about for years to come, and bragging rights will be out there forever and ever. And don't get me wrong, Eric Graffel's got a son coming in here who's been dominating as well, Robert, and it's just going to be amazing to see what happens. But Christian's coming up next to see what he's going to do here. Glad to see he's using Vortex Optics, one of our big partners at Hunters HD Gold Command Center Experience. Here we go. Nice. Looked like a great run. You can tell he didn't shake his head. I've seen him at the end of a run when he's not happy shake his head a little bit. I watch people's nuances like that.
The drone's coming home.
Oh, check it out.
Everybody's gonna land next to the tent.
Oh, yeah, we got the drone coming in. I love the drone footage. I was asked if I was going to ever have a drone. I said, no, I've got what I've got, and I'm happy. So, but Hunters HD Gold 10 over there on the right. Next to Action Streaming Live. That's pretty cool. Very, very cool. And, lots of great sponsors are here this year. I think there's a lot of sponsors here that I've seen in a long time, so it's great to see all the sponsors that are coming in to support the shooting sports. I don't see any arguments there. And Christian shaking his head with a little nod ahead, so I've seen him when he doesn't have a good stage, and that was not a signal of he having a bad stage. So very, very cool. So, well, okay. There's Eddie Garcia from EMG Gunworks. Yeah, I love Eddie Garcia. We've been making his lenses and his Rudy Project frames for 3 years now. So love Eddie Gabu, and I think he's glad that's done there. There's Bill Drummond. We'll be seeing him soon in IPSC Nationals. He's actually putting on that event. So, there old Mike Wang we talked about earlier wearing his Hunters HD Ruby. Everybody taking their deep breaths when it's done. It's great. What we got up next? Team captain for Apollo Arms. Well, that's great. I don't know who you are. Put your name back there. Christian Seiler, QRST. That's not Chris Tilley. Is that Chris Tilley? Oh, hell, that's Chris Tilley.
It is Chris.
Damn it, son.
Yeah.
Come knock it out of the park, Chris. Great guy. Here we go. Up in the North Carolina area.
He's flying more out than me.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk about that in a second. Yeah, but go ahead and go over that camera. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, and they're actually got the drone inside the Hunters HD Go Command Center, so we're very excited of that. Got a patch trade wall there, so people can come bring patches and trade them. You go inside and over to the right, you got the we'll go into that. That's fine. We got there's my little production compared to this, but so much going on. We got the Real Avid safe area up front. There's the Hunters HD Gold lenses that have put me where we're at today. When we started off with just 8 different frame styles and 1 color, and now we've expanded in the new Hunters HD Gold shooting shirt that a lot of people love as well. Stop by and get those at a major discount compared to what's online. You can get them actually on huntershdgold.com as well. And there it is, of course, with the official eyewear of USPSA. All right, Leighton, thank you so much, Leighton, for having me in a little bit. I can get over there, and I didn't see any customers, which is a good thing, but I need to get some stuff charging for tomorrow as well. It's so much stuff. I love it. I love it. This being able to be here. We got John Vlieger coming up next. We talked about his targets earlier that he's got going on, but come check everything out. If you're in the Ohio area, come by here and check all this out. Check all the vendors and come and support the shooting sports. And make sure to give everybody a follow on your favorite platform of YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Instagram. Give us a follow. That way you get notifications when we go live next. So until next time, I will see you at the range soon.
Oh, that was John Vlieger shooting that stage. A huge thank you to Brian Conley for stepping in and chatting with us and giving us his take on a lot of the things. As I've said many times, and I'll keep saying, this is our sport. It's a joint thing between all of you guys and us, and we are very, very happy to have folks like we had earlier on with Smitty and obviously Brian now, and some of the other people that you're seeing on your TV right now or on your phone right now, having them in the booth with us. Right at this moment, we're not able to do interviews in the booth because, as I said earlier, I had to cut back some of the things to get us back online again when we reset everything over lunch, but we will be able to do that from tomorrow. We'll get that fixed this afternoon. And it was great hearing the different things about Brian. And I want to go back to a couple of things he said. First of all, on the sponsor side, where it's really, really fantastic to see I'll give you a quick shot of that, of the sponsor alley, I'm calling it that. They had another name for it, but basically groups of sponsors. That camera is actually remote control, but I have to turn it on and I don't have the time to do it now. but we'll show you more of that. But support your sponsors, guys. If you don't do that, then they go away, and it's really great to see them back here and helping us with the sport and helping us with the match, etc. All right, let's jump back to the stage. This is Matt Haygood, I think. Yep, I think that's Matt. Shooting stage 6. Stage 5. Not sure what happened there. Is there a range problem? I have a feeling that might have been a DQ. All right, we have Bill Drummond coming up next. And no, I did not cut away from the discussion for DQ. They're just discussing it right now. I can't tell what they're discussing, but I didn't want to stay there for too long because I wanted to stay focused on the Super Squad. And I don't think we caught, if that was a DQ, I don't think we caught it in time. You'll be able to go back and look at YouTube if you guys want and see whether or not she broke the 180. I'm watching that on the other monitor, and it does look like a DQ. It's Russell Fortney, that's the RO, but didn't see it in time. All right, so we have Bill Drummond shooting stage 5. Bill Drummond, as you guys have heard, is hosting the IPSC Nationals. Fantastic stage designer, also great instructor. I've been training with Bill for probably 15 years. All right. Next up, we have Aaron Edens from AMU. That looked like a solid run. I didn't see any extra shots on that. Nice and clean. See where he comes in later on. Next up, we have Eddie Garcia of EMG Custom. They will be shooting, I believe, one more stage after this.
For some reason I thought it was Reno, but you're talking about North Arizona, which is pressing. I like
Reno's too fucking cold. I mean, it gets cold below. Don't do that. No, it says dummy, it doesn't say stupid.
I did it the first time. I really like it. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Graphics.
Upper 20s. It has gotten down to 19. And that's basically test drives. Temperature-wise, first of all, nice and clear.
It's not as extreme, the North. Yeah,
I was got 5,000 there. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, Chris was 5,000.
So I just confirmed they are shooting 6 stages today. They're on stage 5, so they have one more to shoot. All right, that is stage 5 done for the Super Squad. So you can see the next group have come in. There is Niels Jonasson. See if we can catch them on the next stage. So the Super Squad is moving to stage 6, which is currently empty. I do not have a camera on stage 6. Well, I have a camera, but I don't have the ability to reach it. So I'm going to let you guys watch something else while I go and set that up. Let's see. I'll set up stage 4. There you go.
Like, I don't remember ever seeing you shoot one gun with that on it. Christine? Christine, where's our other paster gun? Does John have it?
All right, we're back. This will be the last stage of the day, and it'll also be the last stage we broadcast, stage 6. This is Mike Wang that is shooting.
Yeah, no, that's good. If you want to go down. No, you're fine. This
Looked like a pretty spicy run there from Mike. Walking up to go check that headshot target, I think. He blew through that pretty fast. See whether we can see what that looks like. Oh, he's gonna be close. Max, stay on that target. That is all right, we have Bill Drummond coming up. That was John, I think it was John Scouten of Shooting USA doing the interview there. If you have a chance, always make sure you follow them on Sportsman's Channel. I believe every Wednesday they have a show that comes out. Fantastic show. I record them all the time, so when I'm traveling, I can always go back and watch it. John Scouten and his crew have done an amazing job covering the sport over the years, and very happy to be working alongside them. This is Brian Jones. So they could go around the front. an extra shot on that headshot, and I think he had also an extra shot on steel. For those of you watching from overseas, and I know a bunch of you watching because I've seen your text messages, thank you, Gregory and others, for following. We appreciate you guys' support. So you notice on this stage, this target, the first target or the front target is upside down. USPSA, you cannot have a target over 45 degrees. Vliega taped that target up pretty fast. I hope there was an extra hit on there. So I had a good question come in from a viewer. He said, are we going to be doing post highlights with commentary, meaning after today? So with all the technical issues we had earlier, we were not able to get that system up and running. We have recorded the whole day, obviously, and everything we've done. But we will be doing something tonight for use tomorrow. So obviously the Super Squad shot the PM session today, so they shoot AM tomorrow. So we will probably bring that a little bit to you tomorrow afternoon, meaning the highlights. Beautiful. That was Sal Luna. Next up, I believe, is Eddie Garcia. No, not Eddie Garcia. Eddie's got a roll of tape in his hand. We always tease him because he walks around with a roll of tape. And he has the same roll of tape at the beginning of the match as well as at the end of the match. But don't tell him that he gets really upset by that.
I know, we already had a conversation, there's nothing up there except him.
I live rent free in San Francisco. They're like,
Next up, we have Colin Maxon. So if you're wondering, tomorrow morning we will be starting our live broadcast at 8 o'clock, hopefully. Keep saying hopefully because I planned to start it this morning at 8 o'clock and didn't. But all things being positive, we should be live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central. Sorry, 8 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, Eastern. I was going to say 8 a.m. Eastern and then give the other time zones. So obviously that's 5 a.m. in Pacific and in Arizona.
yeah, Timmy! Yeah, Timmy!
If you're watching from Europe, there is a 6-hour time change. So 2 o'clock in the afternoon, your time, 2 p.m. We will be live, and we will be live for the rest of tomorrow. Christian Seiler's up next. And while we're giving out some things, first of all, I want to also thank the range and the staff here at the range, Dan Click, drawing a blank, Corey, Dan Click, I mentioned Dan, I'm sorry, Dan Click, Alan Turner, Corey, all the ROs, Russell Fortney, that crew, for all the work and all the help that they've given us. And a huge thank you to USPSA's Rick Brotzel and to Jake Martins. Rick and his wife Carrie have been huge. They've been here right from the beginning as well with us, helping set up, helping develop stages, and of course helping us with IT. We really appreciate you guys. Christian Seiler up next, shooting stage 6. See whether he goes around the back or runs through the front. I also want to thank the couple of people that have helped us with our production. Obviously, USPSA. Brian has been very good to my team, providing them all with safety glasses, and that actually goes back a long way, right to the beginning when we first started doing broadcasts. Brian had Hunter's HD Gold. I've actually been shooting with Brian's glasses for, probably 10 years now, and I absolutely live in them. I wear glasses on a daily basis, and I think I have about 8 or 10 pairs of Brian's glasses, most of which I've bought, by the way. Fantastic guy and fantastic product. I also want to thank Vortex Optics. I want to thank Kimber for their sponsorship of the match, and also Howitzer Clothing for helping us. Eric, the owner, has been very good to us, and we're hoping to do some things with him going forward. We are largely self-supported. We pretty much pay our own way. This is a labor of love for us. We're very happy to be bringing it to you guys and to be helping out. And then lastly, I want to thank my team. Sarah, who's also my better half, Max, for his incredible energy level that he brings to the game, even under extreme pressure. Garrett, who's our drone pilot, who's flown our drone for a couple of years now. And a new guy, Greg, who has joined us for the first time, and he has learned how to swim really fast in this world of technology, but doing a great job sitting here next to me. And then Kenzie back in South Africa. I'm sorry, back in Arizona, who does social media and works with Sarah. This is Chris Tilley. Chris Tilley is still bringing it. If you don't know, Chris Tilley is national champion a number of times. Phenomenal shooter, great guy. It's good to see him still shooting. If you remember earlier on, we were talking with Shannon about the senior team. Sarah just looked at me now, so probably I brought up South Africa. So Sarah's delayed by 15 seconds or so because she is watching the delayed version that shows up online. But anyways, what was I talking about? Chris Tilley. No, I'd gone on to something else. I don't know. These guys are all making jokes with me and behind, so excuse me being distracted. That may be it. Nope, we still got Flieger. John Flieger coming up. Tomorrow I will have much more data available. We don't have live timing, unfortunately. We are going to look into something that was said to me today. We'll see if I can bring it to you guys, but I don't have a live timing system right now. So our drone shot, and that'll be the last time you'll see the drone shot today. I'm going to pull out a little bit because he's coming home, and this will be the end of his flights for today. Okay, drone out. If you're wondering, we have, I think, 8 sets of batteries for the drone, so we can fly it virtually non-stop, but it does have to come out and change. Going forward. There we go. So if you guys are wanting to follow us, I know we're not perfect. I know we still got a lot that we want to work on. But please, if you're interested and want to stay kept up to date, please reach out on Instagram. Follow us on Instagram. We do read your comments, and we do pay attention to what people say. So I really care about what you all think and what you think we can do better and how we can improve. This is our sport, your sport. So feel free to reach out. Give us a follow on Instagram. Feel free to share. We will be making shorter versions of these clips in the future. Obviously, I think we're running up, where are we now? We're at 4 hours and 16 minutes that we've been live today. And obviously not going to send out a 4-hour clip, but one of the things that Greg is going to be working on with the social media team is editing these clips down into shorter versions so that you guys can follow along more carefully and see all the different clips. All right, next up we have Matt shooting for MPA. Matt also had a very good run at World Shoot in South Africa last year.
This would be the excellent experiment. What? This would be the excellent experiment. Because I will go. I lost all my time in the third shot on the swinger. I will go this way. Yeah, do you? Yeah.
Next up, Bill Drummond of EMG, shooting for EMG Customs, also shooting for his own club in Pittsburgh. This is an unloaded start. I should have mentioned that earlier on. So that basically means start with your firearm in your holster, magazine on the belt. Well, it looks like they were able to get the drone back up again. I thought the drone was done for the day. That's Eddie Garcia chatting with Bill on the way past. Bill Drummond also shoots an Eddie Garcia gun, pistol. It's actually really interesting listening to the two of them talk to each other because Bill's pretty clued up on building guns and maintaining them, and he has got some very strong ideas of what he likes and what he doesn't like. And listening to him tell Eddie, okay, I want this done this way, this done that way, etc., is the funniest conversation in the world. Bill is a character. In case you haven't met him, he's a wild character. He used to be a professional motorcycle racer, and after he'd broken just about every bone in his body, he decided to take up something safe. So now he runs around shooting targets. Much safer than motorcycle racing. Next up, not Eddie. Next up is Aaron Edens, shooting for the U.S. Army Marksmanship Unit. Doing his visualization of the walkthrough in his head. Put an extra shot on that headshot target on the left side there. And I think he had one extra shot on the right, but we'll see how that turns out. Talking to John Scouten of Shooting USA. As I said earlier on, make sure that you tune into John's program on TV. Be on Sportsman Channel. He does a very good post-production of the Nationals. Normally has 2 or 3 stories that they run on a weekly basis, and very, very interesting to see what he puts together for our sport. Been a huge supporter of the sport. Him and his dad, who passed away a couple of years ago, also by the name of John, basically a part of the development of shooting in the United States, as well as obviously USPSA shooting. Eddie Garcia is next. Eddie has one of the longest make-readies that I've ever seen on a course. We should time it. Actually, next time, if I think about it in time, I'll put a timer on this. Making sure his dot is right. Points the gun, checks what the dot looks like on target. Takes another target. He almost put the mag in the gun, but then remembered he doesn't have to do that. That saves at least 30 seconds. He's going to kill me after this, I know. But I love Eddie. He's a good guy. And no, he's not ready yet. He'll do that 2 or 3 times. So you notice his starting position with his hands. Eddie is a gamer, and so he was allowed to start. As long as you're not touching your pistol, you can start with your hands on this particular stage. It obviously depends on the walkthrough. He can start with his hands just off the firearm. And it's very interesting to see him do that on the stage. I didn't think they would let him, but he got away with it. If you don't ask, you don't know, right? All right, this is Bridger. All right, here we go. Good friend of mine just walked in. We're going to let him have the mic here for a little bit. He's actually a part of our team, and he was also with us in Hungary. I'm going to put on Maneki Samajima and let him talk a little bit about his match for today. Stand by.
I guess we're on live right now, right? Okay, so just me talking. So later wants me to talk about zone 2.
Sure.
So there's a tricky stage, stage 9. There's a turner. So that was my first stage. I think that was the bad stage to be your first stage. Can you show that?
This one?
Where's the camera? Oh, this one.
Yeah.
No camera in the studio. Oh, okay. I see that. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about the others. So that was the stage?
Yeah, that was my first stage. So,
Pretty tough starting on that stage.
right. So after I started, I dropped the magazine. Then I was like, okay, which magazine I dropped? So I was already thinking about that. Then I was like, okay, I have to shoot it now because target is turning. So that's all bad for me. I missed the timing. I had to wait second pass. That happened one more time, so I likely lost 6 seconds, even potentially more.
I'm going to cut to a picture of us in the studio.
Okay.
So this is your first time in the studio with us. What do you think?
I wanted to talk about it more. This is like, okay, 5 times more than the Hungary. I thought Hungary was really crazy, but this is much more. You got all TV. I see 4 big screens and 2 extra compared to Hungary. Then what else you got? Okay, you have an ability to record everything now, right?
Back the third stages.
Okay, and much more cameras.
Yep, 35.
So it was 18, I believe, if I remember correctly, in Hungary.
So talk about this. So this is zone 1, right?
Look like it. Yeah, the one. Yep. How the super squad is going right now? They're still shooting.
They just wrapped up shooting now.
Oh, okay. They just finished shooting. Okay.
So what's been the hardest part for you so far in this match?
Oh, I'm just shooting too slow. Trying to be accurate, and I see many small targets at the far distance at this much. So you don't want to miss that steal. So I was thinking about that, and then as a result, I'm shooting way too slow today.
Stage 9 is one of the ones a lot of targets at long range, huh?
Right. I think there are 2 hard shots, probably 35 or 30 years, or potentially more. There are a lot of mini steals on the far distance too. I saw people having a struggle on them. So, yep. But you cannot go too slow. That's what I did.
Okay,
All right, we're going to get Maneki back when we can run a couple of different mics, so it's a bit easier and so on. He's also pretty tired from the day, so but thanks for stopping in for 2 minutes. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, Maneki is also one of our commentators. He'll be on with us tomorrow. You're shooting morning tomorrow, right? And then tomorrow afternoon you're going to come and step in. Yeah, we'll have a multi-headset system set up tomorrow. That's Aaron right now, demonstrating his pistol, I think. Got to show off the hardware, right? For those who don't know, that's the safety area. That's where they're allowed to handle their firearms when they're not actually in the shooting area. So anytime you're allowed to touch your firearm, or let me rephrase that, loading time you're allowed to take your gun out of its holster is when you are in a shooting area, when the audio instructs you to, or when you are in a safety area. I know that a lot of people watching this broadcast are new to the sport, and so I just want to mention that. We'll probably tell you a little bit more about that later on. So it looks like that we're going to see if we can get 1 or 2 of the big guys in here. Because I only have one broadcast set, it's going to be kind of tough. Aaron may or may not come down, but if they do, we'll work it out. If they don't, then we will, come back tomorrow. So give us another few seconds. Just before we wrap up, remember we're going to go live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. And Aaron, I've just been told Aaron is coming to the broadcast booth, so he'll be here in a little bit. It's a little bit of a walk for them, so give it a second and you can hear from him what he thought about the stages today. We do not have video replay of the stages today, but we will be doing some things in the future and tomorrow that will allow us to do that. So appreciate the questions online about that. A couple of things, just housekeeping rules. Remember, we're still working on this, right? As you guys may or may not know, if you didn't sign up from lunchtime, we had some technical issues this morning, and we were unable to get it live on the air. We were able to run, but we just couldn't get on air. There was an issue with our restreaming system, but we got it figured out, and we were up, and so we should be good tomorrow morning. We'll have a lot more camera angles for you tomorrow morning than what we did today as well. We were this afternoon able to add a bunch more cameras, and we should hopefully also have the robotic cameras running tomorrow. So make it a better, even better show. And just bear with us if it's not perfect. It's coming. We also will be able to do scoring a little bit more effectively tomorrow. Show you some scoring tables, some scoring graphs, and I don't think we'll have live timing, but we're going to look at it and see. What else can I tell you? A big thank you to my team, obviously. Big thank you to USPSA, Rick Brotzel, for all the help on the IT, and his wife, Carrie. And I should mention the kids. What are the kids' names? Sarah? She's got a headset on. She can't hear me. But a big thanks to Rick's two kids for all their help as well. We have been buying things from Amazon and having it sent to us. We had to replace one of our fiber optic reels, and they got damaged, and so they've been running back and forth with all the different things coming in. I really appreciate their help. We are waiting for Aaron Edens to come into the booth. He should be here any second now, and we'll chat just a little bit with him of how it felt today, what it was like shooting on the Super Squad. Obviously, he knows. He's been there before. He's part of the team that won gold at the World Championships in South Africa last year, and he has won the last 3 area championships in the U.S., so he's definitely hoping for a win here. I do not have scores from today, unfortunately, but you guys can look them up on Practice Score. They should be available, and we will try tomorrow and get a better score for us. You're obviously looking at, that's our control booth, that's our control center. It's a new canopy we just had built with our flags and everything like that. Really cool setup that we have. The trailer that you see is where we are in the inside. Big 28-foot trailer. All right. Having a quick drink. Aaron just walked in. Looking fit and strong for the end of the day. Sit down. So I only have one headset microphone, so I'm just going to cue him up and he can just talk about his own thing. So stand by for Aaron.
Well, cool.
So how'd it go today?
Today went pretty well. The goal coming in for this was to just shoot my game. I've shot tons of nationals now and been down on day one from stupid stuff. And I was like, not this time. Let's just shoot my game. Don't do anything special. The penalty free today, I think I got a few deltas, but I was pretty happy with most of the stages so far. I say all that, I haven't looked at scores all day, so I have no idea how it's going. I'll look at the end of the day, but just trying to keep the head clear and just shoot.
Well, I wish I could tell you the scores, but I don't have them. Come on, but
yeah,
we'll get to it. What's it like shooting with, this is like, and I'm not sure how much people can hear me, so I'm talking kind of loud.
Sure.
Now, what's it like shooting knowing that you've got basically all the top guys are here. We're not missing anybody. It's everybody that is capable of winning.
Absolutely.
Right here.
Absolutely. As far as the squad we have, the Super Squad back in the day is a lot different than it is now. I will say that. Not from my time since I've been there. It's been super relaxed. The guys just jive together. You know, you got some older guys. You got Bill Drummond. You've got Chris Tilley. Have been around for a long time. Forgot more about shooting than I'll ever know. But then you've got the newer crowd. Myself, you know, Christian, Brian, John, and you've got even some newer than that too. Mike, of course. Some newer than that. We've got Colin Maxon, and we've also got Bridger. Bridger was there last year, but we've also got Matthew Haygood. On there, and just seeing those guys, I've seen their name on practice score, but finally meeting them here, and you can see some pressures getting to them a little bit, but that's what happens the first time. The hardest thing to do is make the Super Squad the second time. It's kind of, doing it the first time's good, but then shooting at that level while everyone's watching, the pressure, the added pressure of being there is, it's definitely a thing. Definitely a thing you gotta do, and the only way to get better at it is doing it over and over again, right?
Did you hear the drone at all today?
I heard it when I wasn't shooting, but not really. Definitely not while I was shooting.
Any added pressure knowing we're filming this and it's live?
Not at all. Not at all. The added pressure is more of performing under the pressure of everybody. The national champion is probably watching you shoot right now. If it doesn't happen to be you, and that's where the pressure comes from, I think.
What's your goal for tomorrow? What's the plan?
Same thing. I know there'll be some people who will typically start pushing a little bit on that day 2. Day 3, some guys will push really hard. But same thing for me, man. I shoot better when I don't push myself. When I just see what the dot's doing and shoot at the dot's pace. So makeups on steel steel's pretty far. I think the closest steel we had in practice this past couple weeks was like 25 yards. So we shot between 25 and 40 yards steel, which has definitely helped here. I think I've had a makeup or 2, but some guys are killing themselves on the makeups.
Yeah, it's tough. Gun running great?
Gun's running good. Actually, funny story, I was talking to Bill about it because Bill and I are shooting the identical gun. And after the first stage today, I said, man, this gun's stupid. This gun is no recoil whatsoever. And we talked about how you almost loosen your grip ever so slightly, because if you over grip it, you're driving it when it just wants to sit there and chug alphas. But yeah, today I had one hiccup, but my thumb was rubbing the slide on the back, and I shook it in, Tilly shake, what we call it, but maybe half second to 3/4 of a second, but nothing too big.
At the World Shoot, Christian had one of those shakes where the gun malfunctioned and he just shook it like that. And I've seen hundreds of comments online from people saying what that was about. They thought he'd actually wrecked the gun and so on. It's great. Explain what happens and what you do.
So we call it a Tilly shake because Chris Tilley coined the term from him doing it. If anyone knows Chris Tilley, he's a phenomenal shooter, but he will mess with his guns. And he was running some pretty light recoil springs one time, and I think he found out that if it wasn't quite going all the way in the battery, he could shake it without having to rack it, so a lot faster. You're probably saving a whole second doing it that way, maybe even, 3/4 of a second to a second. And so we call it the Tilley shake. But basically it's when it can happen from your extractor being a little tight, the gun actually being a little bit dirty, a recoil spring being a little bit either old or too many coils cut, because I know people like to cut coils and things like that, or it could also be from some light ammo. So like if you're shooting lighter ammo, shooting open, typically not the case, obviously you shoot major, but a lot of times it comes from a tight extractor, and not the extractor's not too tight, it's that it's been shot, 200, 300 rounds, and some carbons maybe gotten behind it and just not allowing the case to slip up there. But if it doesn't quite go in the battery, I've shot so many rounds now, I can feel it, and I just shake it rather than racking the slide.
It's all about racking the slide, and I feel bad calling him out of this, but he's the one shooting nationals. Sal Luna had some of those today.
Yeah. I think part of his problem was big sticks. Big sticks, when you try to cram 29, 30 rounds in there, a lot of times the gun doesn't like it. Maybe the rounds aren't slipping up as fast like they should. But I was looking at his gun today. His comp is massive. I don't know if you saw it at all. It's probably about that big.
Oh,
from front to back. It's like every bit of 4 inches long and 2 inches wide. It's massive.
And Beretta, right?
Yeah, he's shooting he's shooting a Beretta. He struggled a little bit today, but kind of the name of the game when open is Formula One of shooting, and when you push the guns to the absolute pinnacle of what they could be doing, you could have some malfunctions. So that's why a lot of people don't shoot open. You know.
I don't think I've ever seen Sal Luna shooting an open gun.
He shot open last year out at he shot open in St. George, and I'm not sure before. I honestly can't remember, but he's we've seen JJ do it also with the Beretta, and it's one of those things.
You hear what happened to JJ
Today?
I was told earlier, I haven't spoken to him, but I hear he rolled his ankle.
Ooh, that's not good.
I don't know whether I'm not even sure if he's shooting.
Ooh,
I haven't looked.
that's not good.
It's not a rumor here, but
Rolled his ankle like
he put it on
shooting a stage?
Not sure. I thought you might actually know.
No, I didn't. I think JJ's shooting on. I know he's a different squad than the limited optics guys. He may be even a different zone. I'm not sure, but no, I haven't seen him
Talk
today.
about squads. So Super Squad.
Yeah.
Every time we broke away from the Super Squad and covered anybody else, we'd get comments online. Hey, go back to Super Squad. In fact, you can see my team sent me a message.
Absolutely.
You can see that people want to see the Super Squad.
Yeah.
I actually thought it said people want to see single stack, and I'm like,
No.
we're not shooting single stack. But anyway, it was you guys. What's your opinion on whether we should be covering more Super Squad or whether we should cover everybody that's basically in the match?
This is gonna sound pompous.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because we've had this conversation.
Sure, this is gonna sound pompous, and I don't want it to mean that. I'm just gonna say it. People are here to watch the best of the best do what we do, and unfortunately, I'm sorry for the other guys if you don't get on camera. But if you get better and make the Super Squad, you can be on camera. People want to. You watch professional sports, right? So, racing, baseball, football, basketball, anything like that. We're not watching Little League. Yes, there's Little League World Series and things. We watch it a little bit, but most of the time we've got Major League professionals on TV all the time, and I think that's what we should be covering.
So you mentioned Formula One, and we're all fantastic,
Absolutely,
fanatical Formula One people. But a lot of people don't realize when you go to a Formula One race, they also have Formula 2 and Formula 3, and, Porsche racing and so on. And I actually remember people asking me, like, what do you mean Formula 2 and Formula 3? But it's exactly what you said. The TV coverage is of Formula One.
Absolutely.
The moment that race finishes or the practice finishes, even if F2 is starting the race, they cut away and they're gone.
Absolutely, because that's what you're there to see. You're there to see the pinnacle of the sport. That's what people want to watch.
Well, listen, I know you're tired. It's a long day. Great shooting today. You look good on
Thank you.
On TV.
Thank you.
We covered most of you guys today, especially when we kept getting reminders.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you stopping in. I know tomorrow you might come and do some commentary.
I will. Yeah, we shoot obviously in the morning tomorrow, and afterwards I'll come in and.
Shannon was chatting about you guys. Shannon.
Oh yeah. I watched him shoot. He shot staff day obviously, and I watched him shoot a little bit. So it's always a good time with Shannon. He's a good dude.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the next World Shoot because Shannon and Garcia and
Bill.
Cup Bill, they're all senior, and I mean that's brutal. I mean,
Will Henning still be a senior, or will he be super senior?
I think he's still a senior.
Okay.
I hope he's still a senior because if he's super senior, that's going to make it.
That'll be a crushing team right there.
Me,
Yeah.
Super senior, I'm up against Druggy.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Henning.
Yeah.
Etc. But yeah, senior is getting. I mean, the depth of field is getting insane. And I know you're also pushing to be on the World Shoot team.
Absolutely.
A little bit about this tomorrow because this is a qualifier.
100%.
This is double duty.
100%.
National championship and a qualifier.
Yeah, but that's how it should be.
Yeah.
You should take, because this is where everyone's at. You're going to have the best competitive field at a match like this, and it needs to be the qualifier for the World Championship.
One last thing: how did Christian shoot today? What do you think?
He shot good. He had some mistakes that he doesn't typically have, but it's like I tell everybody. People who come up to me on day one and like, oh man, I shot like trash today. It's a long match. You only shot a third of the stages. Typically, a normal match is, I'd say, a level 3, meaning like an area match or a sectional is, maybe one day long, but it's 12 to 14-ish stages, so you've still got that rest left. And anyone else can fall or, shoot penalties, so consistency wins.
You've had some practice shooting that. You've won the last 3 area championships, so good job with that.
Thank you. Just been training hard, man. I knew Nationals coming up with IPSC Nationals, getting prepared for that too. Very excited for the year and just been shooting a lot this year. Last year was a little bit different with all the international travel, getting ready for the World Shoot. But this year's been a lot of USPSA, a lot of shooting, and we've got. I don't know if many of y'all know, we hired a new guy on the Army Marksmanship Unit action shooting team, Austin Hull. He's shooting limited, and we'll be shooting standard for IPSC. And just been working with him a lot, getting him where he needs to be. And I haven't seen him. He's shooting a completely different zone today, but people have been telling me he's been shooting good, and so I'm proud.
Awesome. Well, listen, go get some dinner. Thanks
That's
for
right.
stepping in with us.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate having you here, and look forward to having you on tomorrow.
Likewise, yeah. I will.
Start on the shooting.
We'll come back and do some commentary.
Awesome.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, bud. All right. I'll just talk into this. We'll wrap this up. That's it for today, guys. And thanks very much for joining us. We really appreciate you, coming in and spending time with us this afternoon. We'll be on live tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern, assuming everything works out okay. And good luck tomorrow morning. Nice early start for you.
Yeah. What time do you start? 8?
I think 6.
I won't be here.
Yeah, you start shooting at 8. All right.
Thanks, guys.
That's it. Thanks, guys. Good night. Have a good evening.